Hello, welcome everyone to the stream. Today we're just gonna be doing more drawing. Sure is a lot of that to do. I think we can probably get like 3 done today. For one of them I'm gonna be drawing Boromir, that's what yesterday's sketch was for. Just to make sure I understood Boromir's face. I'm gonna be doing a little chill scene for one of my friends' he made a lo-fi song and he wants cover art for it, so I'm gonna do that. Not cover art, album art. And then my grandma wants paintings of her old animals who are now deceased. So paint those guys. The only one I have references for right now is Bart, who was an orange kitty who lived to like 15 or 16 or something like that. And he was a very big cat, I seem to remember. He lived with Elmo for most of his life, who was an orange kitty and had a really, really loud purr. Like you could hear it from like a room away. And she was a she cat, but her fur was like actually orange, which isn't supposed to happen. Hello, Lone Wolf Daddy. How are you doing? I'm doing my start of stream monologue. What are you up to? One second, I'm just gonna move this so that I can see what you're saying while I'm doing the figure drawing. I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. Well, I hope you could continue to talk. I like getting new people talking. Okay. I have a text on Discord. It's not a text, it's Poketoo informing me a Pokemon got sold. I'm doing pretty good. We have several things to draw today, and I'm doing my usual starting figure drawing, which is just doing one of these every minute. The pose shows up on the screen and then I have to draw it. And for some reason I'm getting worse at this in the past couple of days and I'm not certain why. There's just like something wrong about them. Fortnite, huh? I've never played that game. I don't really like multiplayer games usually. I find them kind of annoying, usually because I'm worse at them than everyone else. Not that I'm great at games to begin with. Okay. One done. Oh, one of these. Do you make art, Lone Wolf? Also, where did you get that username from? Like, what inspired it? I'm curious. Oh, yeah, she does her other arm out like this. Yep, okay. 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 I make art all the time and also play video games. I'm not great at most of them. Yesterday I was playing a demo of a game and I couldn't map any of the controls to my mouse, and I usually play games even if you're not supposed to play them with keyboard controls on keyboard and mouse, but I had to play it all keyboard, which made it very difficult for me. Suspect it would have taken like 2 hours less if I hadn't been constantly dying because I was forgetting what buttons did which thing. You did? Oh, that's neat. Thank you. You witnessed me dying constantly. What did you think of my gaming skills? Did you find me to be the most adept gamer you'd ever seen in your entire life? If so, please watch any other video gamesman. It could be pretty fun. I can't really speak to how fun it was because like I just kept dying because I couldn't remember which controls did which thing, as I've probably mentioned like 1,000 times. But like the art was pretty fine. The animations were pretty good most of the time, except with those flying enemies. I could never tell what they were going to do. Overall, it was pretty good. I think it's, at the very least, promising for the final game. Probably gonna play the final game since I supported it on Kickstarter. You know, might as well, I already paid for it. Eight seconds? Yeah. Apparently there are 3 bosses in that game, but I only found one, and I had 70% or something by the time I was done, so I don't know where the other ones are. I unlocked the boss rush at 50%, so, like, were there bosses, or are you supposed to find all of the other bosses first and the one that I killed last? Is that the idea? Okay. Me too. I really like Super Metroid. I only played it once, but I found it really fun. I enjoy very simple games, which I realize is out of fashion in the modern day. Not that I've played many old games, but in Super Metroid, I find the simplicity just a lot more fun because I don't have to worry about, all of the charms I have equipped and fighting bosses that can send 1,000 attacks at you. It's just like pretty simple, and nearly the entire focus on the game is just finding stuff on your own, and I find that very fun. Beautiful anatomy. Great work, Axel. that's better. Okay. Were you the person who was in the stream all of yesterday? Because I had Streamlabs was reporting one viewer the whole time, even though there was no one in chat, so I thought it was just like bot or something. My favorite part of any given game is exploration. Except for like in Dark Souls, because in Dark Souls the exploration kind of sucks. Maybe it's just because like I already watched loads of speedruns going into that game though. So I didn't actually get to explore in 3 and 1 because I'd just seen it all before. In 2 I hadn't seen much of it, so I didn't get to like find new things. I did find the levels more fun in that one. What drawing program? This is Photoshop. It looks a fair deal like Clip Studio, but this is the only one I know how to use. So I use this one. Dark Souls, let's go. What was, if you've played all of the Dark Soulses, what was your favorite boss in all of them? Two of my viewers are like just Dark Souls 3 gamers, and it's so funny talking to them because they know so little. They're sweet summer children. I have not played Bloodborne because I don't have a PS4 or a PS3 or a PS5. So I've also not played Demon Souls. The original Demon Souls looks like really bad, mostly because of the sheer amount of bloom on every object in that game. So I wouldn't particularly want to play it, but I probably would if I had a PS3 or whichever one you need. In terms of all Dark Souls or Bloodborne? I've never watched a personal friend play Bloodborne because I don't know that many people who play Souls games. But I would if I could. It'd probably be fun. I'd be so tempted to backseat though. I'd have to keep my mouth firmly closed. I've never even played Bloodborne, but I've seen a lot of content related to Bloodborne. A lot. Dude, it's really fun. And the nice thing about PC gaming is that if you get a PC, you can use it for anything, not just gaming. You can use it to write a book or work a job or do basically anything. That's my pitch for why I think PC gaming is better than console gaming. Yeah, so you've not played any of the Dark Soulses, but you have, I'm just gonna skip the last 15 seconds of this, but you have seen them played a lot. My setup, I don't know the specifics of like what my computer has on it. I just use a mouse and keyboard for everything like an idiot, and I'm on a PC. That's basically everything I can tell you because I don't know that much about stuff in general. Okay, give me the next one. Just really weird noise just happened downstairs. Oh, Grizzly's growling at the neighbors, probably. If he sees people walking by outside, he gets upset. No Dark Souls 2 though, very sad. If you stick around for multiple days, you'll probably see me play Dark Souls 2 because I'm in the middle of doing a run for it. I just also do a lot of drawing because I draw every day, so it's easier for me to do it on stream because then I have like a reason to keep doing it for multiple hours. Three, two, one. There we go. I actually basically never watch streams, but I have notifications on for all of them. So I'll get streams, like notifications for streams constantly, and I never watch them. Because I just don't, I prefer watching YouTube videos just because I can stop them and go do other things. I get interrupted a lot, so watching streams is nice if I can personally interact with the person who's doing them, but also if I get stopped, then I just have to come back later and hope that nothing important happened. If you're European, there's a decent chance that I'm doing the stream at about sometime after dinner and before you go to bed, probably. Because I always do them at this time of day. If you're not European, I'm doing them right in the middle of work time. But it's the time that's most convenient for me, so what can I say? Okay, that took like 15 seconds. 50, not 15. And this woman is a thin torso, damn. Okay. Okay, there we go. Nearly done. By the way, if I'm not responding to the thing you're saying right away, it's just because I'm looking at the screen, because I need to be looking at it to draw. I will respond to it in a minute, though. Oh, well. It's perfect work o'clock for you then. In terms of you being American, I mean. I get a lot of European viewers, when I do get viewers at all, that is, and they're generally quite nice. I had this one period where I had loads of people showing up, and nearly all of them were European, I think, and they all never came back. One of them is on the Discord, but like never talks there, literally ever. I mean, generally no one is talking except for me on the Discord, though, and occasionally Herring or something. What 10 months of streaming will do for you. Okay, we're done. There we go. My stomach hurts for some reason. Moving you back onto the other screen. And how long? How many years must I do this for? That's true. Yesterday, as far as I knew, there was no one in the stream. Apparently you were there, but I thought there was no one there. It's not so much of a problem when I'm gaming, because if I'm gaming, like, it doesn't matter if anyone shows up, because I can just game. I can just pretend I'm gaming normally and occasionally talk. And if I'm not gaming, if I'm doing this, I just play YouTube videos and then glance at the chat and hope people will show up. It means that I don't talk a lot, but I don't really have anything to talk about while I'm drawing unless people are asking questions, which they don't, because there's no one here. Okay. Today we're making 3 different things. I'm just putting all of the figure drawing stuff on one page together. I just do this. There's no real reason for me to do this because I never save them as JPEGs or anything like that. But I do it every time anyway. Okay. Why is that called layer 0? That's weird. Figure drawing. I've never seen it do that before, to my knowledge. Okay, and now we need to make a reference board for the stuff. 22, 12, 26. Okay. So, what should I do first? I feel like I should do Boromir first. Excuse me. We have 2 Boromirs here. I'll save it. Put it on a different thing so I can put a pose reference on, because naturally Twitch will get very upset if I put a naked person on the screen. At least they probably will. I've never actually had them get upset at me for it, though I've only done it like twice on accident. That's not what I wanted. I actually can't find the one instance of me doing it that I can remember. So, yeah. I don't know which VOD it's in. I was looking for it a while ago to like delete it out of the VOD, but I couldn't find it. And I was like, oh, well, I just hope nobody sees it then. Maybe it's not there. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Okay. Now we need a pose reference. Male, skin tone, any. Props, any. Props, has props. And pose standing? There we go. I don't need Boromir standing around sexily. That actually is what I need. Save this one, maybe. You can't see what I'm doing right now because it's just looking at naked people to find the right pose I want. Pose ref 181. Nope, that's not what I wanted. 181. There we go. Maybe this one. Pose ref 182. Not looking at chat for a bit, by the way, while I'm finding pose references. It'll just be a minute. Where are my sword boys at? Need a good sword boy pose. Come on. Come on. Okay, so we'll just take the 2 that I found and try to do something. Art is different, and it isn't pornographic, but, like, they will get upset about it. And these pose references are of real people. Because, you know, I have to draw the humans correctly. So I look at humans to draw the humans correctly. That's probably good. Rastra is. You're like, don't worry. I wouldn't tell anyone. No one shall ever know. Okay. Sketch one. Sketch one. We can have lots of fun. Okay. Don't tell anyone I did that. Don't tell anyone I said that. Okay. Okay, so the sword goes like this, and I don't know exactly what Boromir's sword looks like, so I'm gonna have to look that up. Okay. Okay. Alright. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Have a good nap. I will attempt to do so. Okay. Okay. Boromir sword. Boromir sword for sale. Okay, I need to go to the right thing. We'll put this with Boromir. Boromir 3. And we can put that here. Okay. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Okay. There we go. One sec. We're just gonna trace Boromir's face. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. I can't really tell. I think this is supposed to be his jaw. He looks pissed. Grizzly's barking for some reason. Grizzly! Don't. Grizzly, I'm gonna eat you alive. Grizzly, come. Grizzly, come here. Come on. Grizzly, come here. What are you making a ruckus for, Grizzly? What are you making a ruckus for? Huh? What are you ruckusing for? How about you come and sit with me, Grizzly? How would you feel about that? Yeah, feeling pretty good about that? Yeah? What a handsome young man you are, Grizzly. Handsome, yes. For yesterday, I also sketched Boromir, and the ratio of stuff on his face is kind of messed up, and you can't tell because of his beard, but like the distance between his mouth and his chin is really long, and you can tell here, obviously, but you can't tell just like looking at a picture of him. I'm gonna have a truffle for myself. Okay. 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 What the hell? Okay, I'm watching the video critically analyzing Dark Souls 11 years later by Soul Reborn, and he just said Priscilla is the child of Seath the Scaleless and Guinevere. And I've never heard anyone else make that claim before. That's insane. That doesn't... Could that parse? Now I'm wondering. Could that make sense? I don't... my instinct is no. My strong instinct is no. Though, so I have like a pet thing I think about, which is how I would have designed the game if I'd made it, which obviously I did not. But if I'd made the game, I would have had Seath be the first part after the two Bells of Awakening, because he's so much easier. Like, having Ornstein and Smough move wouldn't make much sense. Like, their location makes perfect sense. But, like, they're just too hard for a third of the way through the game. So what I would have done is had Seath be the end of one of the paths. You kill Seath, and then he, like, captured Guinevere after her father left and is, like, holding her hostage. Well, he thinks he did. He actually just captured a illusion of her that Gwendolyn made. I assume what happened was that, like, Guinevere figured out, or in this headcanon, Guinevere figured out Seath was gonna capture her, and then Gwendolyn was like, hey, don't worry about it, I'll just make a fake you, and then he'll think it's real, and then it won't be. And then he didn't figure out that it wasn't real. So that's my fun headcanon. How I would have made the game. Thank God I didn't. Anyway, I should probably start the video again. Okay, yeah, this man just doesn't know what he's talking about in terms of the lore. Because he seems to think that this is just canon, but it's definitely not. Oh, he doesn't get the, like, metaphorical meaning, of her saying the residents are peaceful. Its inhabitants are peaceful, kind. He doesn't get the metaphorical reason for her saying that. For someone who's used to everyone around her being happy, except for herself, it would be peaceful and kind to have everyone around you be miserable. Hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. That was a pretty good truffle. Could use another one then. Oh, he just doesn't understand what's going on. That statue wasn't of Gwendolyn. The one in the Dark Moon chamber, that statue is of Gwyn. There's no statues of Gwendolyn in the game, buddy. What are you talking about? Yeah, there's some lore things that are kind of funny. He thinks the reason Gwendolyn got raised as a girl was because because their dad just wanted a girl, but the reason was that Gwyn was embarrassed of how small Gwendolyn was, right? Because Gwendolyn was really small and frail. And Gwyn was just like, haha, no, that's not my son, that's my daughter. It's fine if she's really small and frail, but not if he's really small and frail. Which is funny, given that, you know, his daughter is like the largest woman you've ever seen in your life. She's definitely bigger than Gwyn and Gwyn's son, which is kind of funny. I mean, I don't know if sexual dimorphism works the same way with gods as it does with humans. And humans can just have really tall daughters, of course, but it's just kind of funny. She's so big. Boromir kind of thick though. He's definitely thicker than this. He's wearing real chunky clothes. I mean, I imagine Boromir unclothed isn't particularly thick. I haven't seen Sean Bean nude, but there's probably a Sean Bean movie where he's nude. It's probably happened. He's been in a lot of movies. One of the fun things about being Sean Bean is that you're not iconic for just one movie. I'm gonna look up Sean Bean movies. Give me the list. IMDb. What a handsome guy. I don't know what it is, but I do really think he's handsome. Known for Lord of the Rings, Black Death, Lord of the Rings again, Game of Thrones. Credits. Actor 122? Jesus Christ. Upcoming 3. Mummies, Pharaoh, English version voice. Watch the Skies and Knights of the Zodiac. He's in Snowpiercer, Marriage, Time, Hitman 3, Wolfwalkers. I don't know what any of these things are. I do know what Wolfwalkers is, actually, that's a lie. Hitman 2, also a voice in that one. Medici, I did know he was in that. I haven't seen it though. My sister was watching it, that's why I know. Is it Medici? I think it's actually Medici, because it would be 2 C's if it was Medici. Right? My brain wants to say Medici, but I don't think it actually is. He's the narrator in Civilization Civ 4. Okay. Uh, he's Severus in The Young Messiah, whatever that is. He's a voice in Kingsglaive Final Fantasy 15. Cool. He's in Wasted. I don't know what that is. He's in Broken as Father Michael Kerrigan. Any day. Pixels. He's in Pixels? That's a shame. Oh, he's in The Martian? Oh, that makes me really happy. He's Mitch? I've seen the Martian movie like one time, and I've listened to the book about 1,000 times, so I had no idea about that. He's in Pixels, Family Guy as Portrait Griffin for one episode. They must have been real pleased to get him in there for one episode. He's in Robot Chicken as Mr. Doom Heathcliff and North? What? He's Heathcliff? My boy has played Heathcliff? He's in Instruments of Darkness as Macbeth. Okay. He's in Game of Thrones. Everyone knows that. Black Death. I've never seen that. Crusoe as James Crusoe. He's Zeus in Percy Jackson. That's interesting. He's in Sharp? I don't know what that is. He's in Far North as Loki. This is the part of the stream where I do something completely unrelated to what we're... He's in Oblivion as Emperor Martin Septim? Wow. He's in a movie about lions called Pride. God, he's in a lot of movies. Jesus. He's in all of the Lord of the Ringses, obviously. We all knew that. Where's the one movie where he's in a threesome with two guys and a girl? I feel like there's one. He's in the Canterbury Tales as a voice in one episode. That's neat. He's in GoldenEye. And Anna Karina. Don't know what that is. When was his earliest appearance? In 1984, he was in The Bill. I don't know what nearly any of these old ones are. He was in Muppet Television as Prince? I assume he was just a Prince in it. Yeah, this is just random British TV, I think. I don't know if this guy's British, actually. A Woman's Guide to Adultery, okay. As Paul. He's in Black Beauty as Farmer Gray? God, what hasn't this man done? GoldenEye, as I already said. Oh, Alec, whoever that is. What a weird guy. Well, probably pretty normal for an actor. He's from Yorkshire. I knew it. I didn't know he was from Yorkshire. I thought he was British. I can't actually tell because I don't remember what he sounds like. Oh, he did a bunch of plays when he was a young lad. He was Romeo one time, apparently. Oh, he's called a soulful green-eyed blonde. That is true. You know what? Thinking of it, if he's a soulful green-eyed blonde, all three of those, he could have been Jaime Lannister. Just saying. I don't actually remember who Jaime Lannister ended up being. He's like a handsome man. I don't know. He could have been Jaime Lannister, though. Just saying. I would have been down for that. Maybe he was a bit too old at that time. No, there's no way. Oh my god. He's been married 5 times. Wow. What a guy. Well, most recent of his marriages has lasted 5 years, and the second and the longest one appears to have lasted 7 years, and that's happened twice. And he's had one marriage that lasted 3 and one that lasted 2. And 2 children with one lady, and then 1 children with a different lady. 1 children, blah, blah, blah. 1 child. Evie Natasha Bean. Can you imagine your last name being Bean? That would be great. Trademark. He often plays men who start off as heroes and, sometime during the course of the film, take a dark turn and become villainous. That would be great for Jamie. I'm just saying. There's no way he was too old for it at that point. The guy who played Jamie, he must have been like 40 or something. That's not too bad. Because Ned's not actually that old. He's like 46 or something like that. He's not even that old. He often plays characters with a tendency to appear brooding. He often plays characters who die in a violent manner. This has occurred more than 20 times. I like how it mentions how many times it's occurred. It is what he's famous for. His trademark, his distinctive Yorkshire accent. Look, I couldn't figure out if he was American or not, so I don't know if it's that distinctive. Personal quotes, talking about his character Boromir. He's a fallen hero, a very gentle man under that exterior. He's lived in an environment always ravaged by war and had to be realistic. He wants to use the ring against the enemy instead of destroying it. He doesn't understand the complexities this piece of metal can have on human beings. Wow. That's really interesting. On Casino Royale 2006, I think there was a time I was linked to it, but I suppose I blew it playing 006. They made a good choice in Daniel Craig. He's a very good actor. He was in one of the first Sharpies we ever did, and I gave him a bit of a battering, so we can always say Sharpie battered Bond. I don't know what that means. A common misperception of me is that I am a tough, rough northerner, which I suppose I am really, but I'm pretty mild-mannered most of the time. It's the parts I play, I guess. I don't mind it. I'm not a tough guy. I'd like to act as a fair, easygoing, kind man at some point. You did kind of get to do that with whoever, with Ned. My brain is fully off. I like on the drawing screen, it's just been looking at his crotch for God knows how long. Alright, we're gonna add some color to this and probably get rid of the lines at some point or merge them. What color scheme do I want? Excuse me. I can always just change it later. Change that for some reason. Okay, we're gonna fill them in. This doesn't, the lines don't actually need to be good because I'm not gonna be using them that much. I'm probably gonna get rid of them. Time for more Sean Bean trivia. I like doing this. I like learning about random people. For some reason, I like learning about random things in general, though. It's just a true Axel thing. Okay, more Sean Bean trivia. I was a big Bowie fan. No, this is a quote. I was a big Bowie fan when I was younger, and I still am. I even dyed my hair red and had the same hairstyle. He was very big in Sheffield. People don't realize how important he was. So were Mark Bolan, Lou Reed, Roxy Music. It was a very luxurious time. On David Bowie. To be able to create music like that, to be a poet, to constantly change his look and challenge everything was quite incredible. It was very attractive, if I'm honest. Okay, you got me there, Sean Bean. He was luxurious and decadent, and it was infectious. You wanted to be in the world that his character inhabited. Yeah, you know? On Donald Trump. I don't think British people can believe that this buffoon is a prospective American president. He's so right. He's so right. That's not even funny. That's just true. Calling him a buffoon is such a British thing to do. He's so right. Okay, with actors, there used to be a kind of taboo about, are you a TV actor or a film actor? Those lines don't exist anymore. Now you're getting people like Matthew McConaughey and many others doing quality television. I think audiences appreciate it. They're saying, we're not just watching the same old stuff now. These are unpredictable endings. There are unpredictable endings. On Peter O'Toole, I don't know who that is. The first time I met him on the set, he was in a robe with a cigarette holder, and he said, "Sean, how are you, dear boy?" He was just how I imagined him to be. On Jeremy Corbyn, I think he speaks a lot of sense. I mean, I don't want to go back to the 80s, the strikes and stuff like that, but he's sticking up for the working class man. It's time we heard that voice again. I've played a lot of baddies. They weren't great, but they weren't very fulfilling, and I always died. Yeah, that's true. All this focus on my private life is the most unappealing aspect of being an actor. I don't like it, but it goes with the territory and I have to put up with it. I certainly don't set out to attract attention. You're just too hot to not attract attention, Sean Bean. I am doing the focus on his private life in a public forum thing, but also there's one person watching this stream and he might be asleep, so I don't know if I'm causing him any trouble. Ah, man. Saying I'm just gonna read it again. I don't think British people can believe that this buffoon is a prospective American president. That's such a British thing to say. We took a break from filming Sharpie in the late 1990s, and the work just dried up for me. I was still being offered parts, but they were rubbish. I wasn't prepared to do any old tat, so I just sat at home, slowly being driven up the wall, waiting for something decent to come in. I felt demoralized and dejected, and it was a difficult time in my life. Like anyone who's been out of work will tell you, it really gets you down. I finally did a small British film called Essex Boys, which didn't do brilliantly at the box office, but got me started again. I don't know if being unemployed had made me difficult to live with, but it probably did. I know I was pretty unhappy with life. He's so... what an interesting man. Major supporter of the Labour Party. Let's go. Two honorary doctorates by different Sheffield universities. I mean, he's probably one of the most important people to come out of Sheffield or whatever, so... I don't know how big Sheffield is. It's probably like one town that British people are like, oh, this town has a lot of identity. It's like, it's one town. British people are pretty big on their one little towns, though. Personally, I don't believe being Minnesota makes me that different than any other American. Probably the biggest dividing line you can get with Americans is between the rural and the urban. He has received multiple articles of fan mail intended for Rowan Atkinson, who played Mr. Bean. That's really funny. Must be nice, though. Like, to be like, oh, thank you so much for doing this thing. A gift was dedicated to Axel Hodds. Oh, yeah, that's just my grandmother sending something. Okay. My grandmother. Read more fun Sean Bean facts. Where's some more fun facts? He's a big fan of soccer, which is to say football. In a scene midway through Sharpie's honor, I assume that's how you say that, Sharpie and Marquisa Dorada are galloping down a hill on horseback when they suddenly tumble off the horse and land and are in the middle of a shallow stream. The scene is real. The horse stumbled as it was crossing the stream, sending Bean and co-star Alice Cridge down into the water. Director Tom Clegg liked the scene and kept it for the final cut. Oh, that must have been terrifying. Having a horse stumble under you would be like, oh god, am I gonna get my leg crushed? You know? He has a 100% blade tattoo on his shoulder in honor of his favorite football team, Sheffield United, whose nickname is the Blades. Tattoo is frequently converted with makeup into a scar or a different tattoo when he is filming. That would make sense. Does he only have daughters? I think so. Huh. It's 3 daughters. He has 2 scars. He got one when he was a child, and the other from Harrison Ford while shooting his death scene in Patriot Games 1992. Ford accidentally hit him with a boat hook. In the Sharpie series, this was emphasized with makeup to add credibility to his character. God, can you imagine having 2 scars and one of them you got from fucking Harrison Ford? That would be crazy. What did Harrison Ford? He hit him with a boat hook so hard he got scarred? Jesus. Ruthless, that man is. Harrison Ford, I mean. Ruthless. I'm gonna have some great fun facts for my mom when she gets home, or when I stop streaming. I like to just, like, look at my mom and be like, do you want to know a fun fact? And I do this multiple times a day, usually. Sometimes she pretends she doesn't want to know, but she does. She always does. I always have good fun facts. Because of my impeccable intelligence. I'm eating a chocolate coin, by the way. What? This says that since February 2004, he's been living in a London hotel. For that long? That feels like it's too long. Maybe it's an outdated thing. He says that he took the roles of Boromir and Odysseus because he was tired of being known as a villainous actor to American audiences. He said he was tired of playing just bad guys and wanted a change of pace and to play a sympathetic character or two. Good job. Boromir is one of my favorite characters. His dislike for flying is so intense that he tries to avoid it as much as he can. During the filming of the Mount Carathras scene in Lord of the Rings, it's DH, and I think you say that thra. Isn't it thra? Caradras? You can just say Caradras. Carathras. I don't actually know what that sound means. I know it isn't just duh. Obviously. During the filming of that scene in Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, he chose to walk to the top for 2 hours every day. What a god gamer. While his fellow cast members were being ferried in by helicopter, they would see him hiking in costume to the shooting site. What a lad. I mean, that's great. After being flown back to England when his shoot was over, Peter Jackson conceived of an elaborate flashback scene for Bean, for which Bean was again required to fly to New Zealand. Unfortunately, the scene was later omitted from the movie, though it was included in the extended DVD edition. I know that. Yeah?
What happened to my charger for my earbuds that you were using on your phone?
It's here, up here. It's actually still charging my phone. You can just take it. It's still charging my phone right there. I'm reading out Sean Bean facts.
Oh, good. Useful for your extra time.
Apparently he disliked flying so much that he would just hike to the top of a mountain to do the Mount Caradras scene.
And just like was terrified of.
Yeah. He's so scared of flying. I mean, that's unfortunate. Probably good for his health, though. Of his many scenes, his favorite in Boromir is Boromir's in The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, commenting that you couldn't ask for a more heroic death. That's cool. His fear of flying was cured during the filming of The Lord of the Rings. Apparently not. He was walking to the top of a mountain every day. he appeared in Game of Thrones with Peter Valhan. I don't know how to say that. Valhan had previously played Denethor in the BBC radio production of The Lord of the Rings, while Bean played Boromir, Denethor's son, in the Peter Jackson's films. Yeah, I know that. Here's a really long one. He's been a fan of Sheffield United since he was 8 years old and has a tattoo, and already read that. He opened their Hall of Fame in 2001, and after making a 6-figure contribution to the club's finances, was on their board of directors between 2002 and 2007 to help raise the profile of the club. He stepped down in 2007 to go back to being an ordinary supporter, where he feels at home. During his time there, he had some issues with Neil Warnock, former manager of Sheffield United, after Warnock claimed that Bean just stormed into his office and shouted at him in front of his wife and daughter when the club had just been relegated from the Premier League. Bean denies it, calling Warnock bitter and hypocritical. He wrote the foreword and helped to promote a book of anecdotes called Sheffield United, the biography. That's interesting. What a cool guy. I like him. He doesn't appear to have, like, any big issues. Some actors, like, you hear about and you're like, oh god, this guy's just awful. But he seems like a normal man, so that's nice. Looking good, you say. I've made like 2 minutes of progress because I was reading out Sean Bean facts for the past 40 minutes. Should probably go back to drawing again. Excuse me. I should do reaction content where I just like look up random actors and read out quotes they've said and see how it affects me. This lad has like all the same design sensibilities as your average Dark Souls gamer, the guy I'm watching, I mean. And he, like, it's just funny how, like, typical his opinions are. He praises the same things, he hates the same things. Just kind of weird. Oh, he hates the Anorlando Archer section more than he hates the Bed of Chaos. It's funny, I don't know if the Archer section has even, like, ever killed me. It's not that hard to deal with. They'll just kill it. They'll just kill themselves. You just walk up to them, they switch to their sword, and they kill themselves trying to attack you. And it's that easy. Average British man trying to game. What a guy. Siegmeyer is funny. I think he is, like, obviously a joke. He just, like, won't try. He's one of the jokes about players who just won't try. I find that really funny. I like the beef Sean Bean has with the one guy. That's really funny to me. Sean Bean beefing. We're gonna turn this into a different color so I can see this stuff more easily. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Excuse me. Hmm. 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 So my thought for how you could make Anor Londo one of the Lord sections and not just one of the other sections is you could have Ornstein be the Lord, and in the cutscene, like if you kill Smo first, doesn't matter, he's not the Lord, but if you kill Ornstein first, then Smo just takes his power and becomes a Lord temporarily until you kill him. It would be a bequeath Lord Soul Shard. The Covenants in Dark Souls don't matter. Why does he want to talk about them? Well, they don't matter if you play the game normally, but... They matter for getting those items for him, so that you can say, oh, I have all achievements, and then after that they don't matter. Hmm. Sorry for the bad singing. I can sing good sometimes. That's a treat. I've never played Call of Duty. Here's a fun Axel fact for you. Here's another fun fact. Back in like 2018 or something like that. No, it would have been earlier, like 2017. No, 2018? 2017. Back in 2017 or something like that, I was dating a guy who played Fortnite, and this was at the time when everyone thought that Fortnite was for losers, which it kind of is, honestly, but only not because the game is bad, but because you just have to pay for literally everything in it. Like, play a game that doesn't try to squeeze every cent out of you. Just play any game that doesn't do that, please. No offense to you, Lone Wolf, but just find something to play that doesn't do that to you. So I didn't mention to like anyone that he played that game because I was afraid a little bit that someone would like make fun of him for it. Why did the Four Kings have bequeathed a Lord Soul Shard? Did Gwyn like trust them and then drown them? I think that's what happened. Come on, wake up. I'm gonna have another chocolate coin for little old me. Decadence at its finest. I think this guy should have written a bit better of a script. Sometimes his script like repeats phrases pretty close together. At least I assume he's scripting this because I don't know how you could possibly come up with all this on the fly. Oh. Hmm. See if this is an awful fight. See if this is fine. I think most of what makes Seath not actually suck, like it's a bad design for a boss. There's nothing really good about it, but it's also not hard in any way. Oh, he doesn't bring up Siegland at all. That's weird. He was just talking about Siegmeyer and didn't bring up Siegland. Does he not know about Siegland? He's not blonde. Maybe he's naturally blonde, but not blonde as Boromir. Hmm. No one wants. I want to see Big Cat Logan naked. Meow. It doesn't go hollow unless you buy all. How does she get to Duke's archives? I've never heard of that before. Under no circumstance should you be in a work setting and described as gaping. I love that quote. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I have a text from Ellen Adventure. Okay. Like how his mouth is just so chill in the reference. I still have a notification. It's just a journey. Someone please play with me, please. Oh, that was from like a minute ago. I'm gonna get another chocolate coin. Need to pry this apart to get at it. Get at the delicious meat inside. I owe you for all of that, praying and whatnot. I'm gonna be talking to Ellen on my phone, which means that he's not gonna be on the thing. Oh, round 6, so you guys aren't gonna be there for that, probably. When did I start the stream? The stream has been going for 2 hours now, about 40 minutes of which were Sean Bean fun facts. So I feel like the video man I'm watching right now should lean harder into his accent and make it into a joke, because people with this accent make really funny jokes for some reason. He's British, by the way. I don't know which British he is. Which British? He's British, though. Oh, he's doing great. Hold on. Curl up like egg. Dark Souls. Oh, he just talked about, um, he just talked about, what's it called? The Painted World, but he just described it, but he already talked about it. Why did he, describe everything that was in it like we know? That's weird. Oh, oh, oh. Who's that Boromir? The hallway isn't actually infinite. It only goes on for like 15 minutes. A mere 15. Excuse me. $15 or $10. British people are so funny. Alright, I forgot. Okay. Artorias doesn't seem to be doing it. Yeah, I sure did it. Okay. Wow. I love the look on Boromir's face. He is so pissed. This guy is also orgasming over Artorias. Like all reviewers do when they come to this boss. They go, ugh, this one's perfect. Anyway. I want him to look less angry. Boromir's not really an angry guy. Oh, he doesn't know why the humanity is there. That's weird. Hmm. Oh, he thinks Sif is a boy dog too. Literally, like every time someone talks about Sif, except to like specifically point out, no, Sif is actually a girl dog. They think Sif is a boy dog, which I find funny. Like, does no one know? Am I the only one who knows? Am I going? Did I imagine that? Challenge final boss in terms of the challenge. Excuse me. Gwyn, Glyn, Blonde, Glyn, Blonde, Glyn, Glyn, Blonde, Glyn, Glyn, Blonde, Glyn, Glyn. This guy's understanding of the lore is like insane. Does he know about the Age of Dark ending? I don't think he does. He seems to. He doesn't behave like he does, or he doesn't talk like he knows that. What it is. Blin, 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 blin. Blin, 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 blon. Blin, blin, blon. Blin, blin, blon. Blin, 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 blon. Blin, blin, blon. You can ring my bell, ring my bell. I'm gonna make his head smaller, it's too big right now. I'll change that in a bit. Sharpening it. The order the video essayist is explaining things in is so funny to me. Conclusion. Oh, it's his favorite video game. Bling, bling, blong, bling, 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 blong. Oh, he just accidentally said Gwendolyn instead of Guinevere. Bling, bling, blong. Bling, 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 blong. Bling, bling, bling. Hello. Thank you. I'm sure you're looking good as well, but I can't see you, so. This is a Christmas gift for someone. I'm listening to the game YouTuber just go wild over how much he likes Dark Souls 1. What do you think of the drawing, other than good? Do you have opinions? Have any fun art opinions? That's a Dark Souls moment. You don't know the art words? Thank you. This is pretty rough as they go because I don't want to spend 1,000 years on this. But, you know, I don't need to make it look good. Yeah, I draw Boromir every day to draw in the Boromir crowd. To draw in the Boromir crowd? How funny. Yep. I'm just gonna squish this Boromir real quick. But don't mind me. Don't mind me squishing the Boromir. Don't mind how it looks right now. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Voila. Is that the right size? Yeah. 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 I think I went a bit too hard on it. Okay, we're just gonna squish him a wrong layer, you fool. Ugh. What other fantasy books have you read? Wait, have you read Lord of the Rings? I have read the books because I'm a nerd. I've read a book. You're like, movie, good, but reading? For nerds, obviously. If you only watch the movies, no one can call you a nerd legally. Really? Do you think so? Maybe I'm just used to books that are way longer than that, but I'm used to books that are like 45 hours long on Audible. I've read Oathbringer and Rhythm of War multiple times, so that goes to show you what I'm like. Have you ever read Oathbringer or Rhythm of War? Go watch the Midnight Gourmand video again. Midnight Gourmand. Oh, you should. It's really good. How much do you like reading extremely long books? That's fun. Uh, do you know about Oathbringer? Do you know of it? It's pretty good. It's one of my favorite, it's one of my favorite books. Rhythm of War and Oathbringer, I mean. Well, Rhythm of War more so than Oathbringer, because I like complaining about Oathbringer. But they're both pretty good. I think Rhythm of War is the best thing Brandon Sanderson's ever written, because I like being contrary. A lot of people complain about it being too long. That's pathetic. It is the longest book I've ever read, I mean. And it's a bit longer than the book I wrote. One of those incomplete. Well, it's incomplete right now, but Brandon Sanderson is absolutely going to finish it. There's no way he's not going to. He's insane in terms of writing. Insane. You don't know him. I don't personally know him, but he there's no way he'd not finish it. You should read Game of Thrones to feel the pain I felt reading it, where it ended and I was just like, really? Really? You can't say that to me. You can't say that to me. That's just wrong. Name of the Wind is an incredible book, and so is Wise Man's Fear. Why would you... Rothfuss is an excellent writer. What is up with you, huh? Don't don't challenge me on this issue. What did you not like about it? What's not to like? He's a Wisconsinite. I was born in Wisconsin. I have a legal obligation to defend him. He'll probably finish it soon. I don't care if he does, though. The books are worth reading whether or not they're finished. That's what makes them special. Maybe it's just because I'm used to reading them. Because I've, read them like 10 times, both of them. So I'm just used to reading them unfinished. So I'm like, yeah, this is just the Name of the Wind experience. Someday he's gonna come out with that third book, and I'm gonna spend all day reading it, and I'm gonna be like, oh, that was pretty good. And then I'm gonna reread them all again. It's probably gonna be crazy. Son of Gondor. So the only books you've read are Terry Pratchett books? I've actually never read a Terry Pratchett book. Not because I like dislike him or anything, I just haven't done it yet. Are you a Terry Pratchett only? That's a shame. I didn't read a lot for a while, but then I started doing it again. I listened to Mistborn again. Still not done with it, actually. Listened to most Brandon Sanderson stuff. Well, Stormlight Archive all in like a week. or 9 days or something like that. And if you know how much books there are, that might be a bit of a feat. God gamer moment. This is ivory, I think. Garlic restore. Is the child screaming in your ear the reason you haven't had much time for reading? Or is it other causes? Incredible. That's a wonderful group of bad stuff to have happen. Okay. And then we're just gonna pop a thing back here. And what color should we do for him? Oh, Brian David Gilbert. Hey, Phantom. Phantom. Who am I drawing, Phantom? You tell me. Who is this? Do you recognize him? If not, I need you to watch a new movie. Someone popped in who, like, knows who this is, and I was like, this is great. You don't remember the name of Boromir, son of Denethor? Heir to Gondor? You don't remember Boromir, son of Denethor, heir to Gondor? What's even the point? should watch it again. I should read it. It's really good to read, I think. I find it really fun. What do we think about doing this? Oops. There we go. Axel, you're so good at drawing. Axel, you're so good at drawing. Wouldn't you agree, Phantom? I like to say I'm so good at drawing after using that gradient, but I did make that gradient, is the thing that you have to understand. I did make it by color picking from a picture of a sunset I took. Okay. I love this gradient because it makes everything I make look like 10 times better instantly. I don't even have to try. I'm gonna make him a bit smaller. There we go. Let's pop in glow.
What's the video game called?
Hollow Knight. My mom's gonna play Hollow Knight. She's gonna God game too.
Oh, yeah.
Professional God gamer. Mom. This looks pretty good, turns out. Turns out this looks pretty good. He looks furious. This is just what Sean Bean looks like, turns out. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. In my room at this very moment, because I was getting it set up for the thing. It's in my room, I can take it out for you, 1 second. Boromir line. Okay. Boromir. There we go. It's not a very big sword. It's just like a normal sized sword. Like a short sword. Which aren't very big, and it's at an angle. It's not fucking Guts' sword, where it's like 6 feet long and thick as a brick. Okay. I need to take this out. I don't know how to take it out, but where is it attached becomes the question. It appears to be attached in 2 places. There's the power and the HDMI. The HDMI needs to stay up here because I need that for doing other things with it. But the power cord does not need to stay here. 1 second, I need to... Yeah. Then I need to find where the power cord went. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so it's this. Yeah. I just really want my mom to play Hollow Knight because I think she'll like it. It's harder than Ori by a good margin, but I think she'd like it, hopefully. She'll just ask me to beat all the bosses for her anyway. Nothing can really change my mom asking me to beat all the bosses for her. Okay, I'll be back shortly. Okay, I am here. It's at an angle, Phantom. Oh my god. Plus, I don't want to change it. It's hard. I just cracked an egg into his mouth. For some reason, YouTube wants me to watch Roblox oof.mp3 literally every day. It recommends it to me, which seems excessive. Whenever I finish any video, it's like, and now this one, I think.
Switch on a couch.
I put it there so that I could hook it up later. Let's watch this. I never knew Dark Souls could be this fun. Hmm. One second. One second. Okay. Art refs, non-refs, style ref, 17. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to the track he sent me. It's on SoundCloud. Play. Oh, right, the first couple seconds of it are silent. Forgot. What does this remind me of? This reminds me of a track from, this reminds me of Howl's Moving Castle. Oh, Absolutely just texted me. This song reminds me of the old pigeon feeding lady in Mary Poppins, I think it is. So I might draw her for this. Hollow Knight. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Pigeon Lady Mary Poppins. Easy. One second, I need to crop that screenshot. It wouldn't let me save it normally. These are the most things in chat I've gotten in quite some time. There must be a lot of people on Twitch who just show up and watch for 2 minutes and leave. I wouldn't know about that because I never do that. Okay. Pigeon lady. There she is. Are you watching Obsolity? Are you here? I don't think he is. I think he just doesn't care what I make for it. Okay, no one can stop me then. Oh, he just used the Firekeeper soul. Oh, the fool. Oh, it hurts. Yeah. Wait, where's the one Dark Souls 2 PvP guy? I want to watch his videos. Those are really funny. Come on. enters the fight with bell gargoyles. Damn it. Who's this guy? This child? Never mind. What's the Dark Souls PvP boy? I'm gonna find him and watch some of his videos. Dark Souls 2 in particular. Where is he? Is it Bewizak? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I heard that and then I was just like, oh yeah, Pigeon Lady. Finally hit 50? Holy shit. Excuse me. We had 2 new viewers today and only one of them followed. Find the other one and kill him. Just kidding. We're at 50 now. Yay. Yay. I don't want to eat Panera. You kidding me? I like this old woman sitting on this thing and petting the bird or whatever. That's a power move. Should I have her be covered in ducks? I kind of like her being covered in ducks. Ducks are pretty cute. I like pigeons more though. Okay, that's a good thumbnail. Close your eyes. Okay. I made it too short. Surprising. Okay. Oops. Okay, what color should we have the background be? Maybe a blue? Kind of like it being gray. I like the idea of it being gray. Okay. I'm gonna save this as scene thumbnail so that I can reference it on the page above. Okay, we're gonna watch a Yumfa video. I'll do it. For the goodness of man. Okay. Wait. I just need to add a color overlay. Going crazy. Qualog. Why do you write it Qualog?
Next, I'm gonna go out for a while.
Alright.
There's curry in the fridge, and there's enchiladas on the counter.
Gotcha. Thank you. This is gonna be pretty desaturated for the most part. Okay. To be a bit darker, a bit more saturated. Whoops, clicked the wrong button. Color pick. Oops. Oh, this dumbass forgot to kill her. Not her. He forgot to kill the Knight of Kareem. Wait, no, I don't think he did. I think he did that intentionally. Oh, God Gamer move. Never mind. Excuse me, not dumbass. A God Gamer. I say dumbass in a nice way because I really like Yumfa's videos. I just found out about them. I don't know why Yumfa doesn't talk in his videos. Is it just part of his brand? I did hear him talk at the end of one of his videos one time. Like to say, thanks for supporting me, guys, or something like that. Assets is gonna be like the not assets. My boy is gonna be like the only lo-fi music creator whose like mascot isn't a teenage girl. His mascot's gonna be an old woman. I'm deciding it now. This is the problem with leaving your artists with no direction, because they're just gonna do this, and what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. What can you even do about it? In love with Solaire. Me too, bro. Me too. Who isn't in love with Solaire, in truth? How old is Mary Poppins the movie? (1964), so that's 60 years ago. Wait, was it really 1964? Yeah, it was in color, so it would have had to have been. Okay. Main aim in life is for no one to be able to ever tell what I'm going to draw next. Which is very difficult for me to do given that I draw the same fucking thing every day. Shay's butt. Shay's perfectly formed ass. That's all I'm interested in drawing. Thank you very much. like how whenever Dark Souls players kill the big lad, they always have to pretend to be sad about it. I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay. That's fine. This might be too thick. Lady. She's a pretty general shape because she's so learning so much stuff. Okay. Maybe that's because you're deep underground, Lamau. Jing Faz, How to Be OP in SL1 Dark Souls Remastered. Okay. Videos are really funny. Excuse me. I identify with this woman. This is how I do be feeling. Sitting on my little bench. I feel like that's the wrong color there. Yeah. Yeah, it's about the same. I'm gonna darken this. Oh, right. 1 second. We're gonna. There we go. Okay, we'll watch the Challenger Andy Seats video again. I think the first time I watched this, it was on stream, and I just kept being like, he has so much energy, Jesus. I love this starting. And with cease came disparity. The sitch of Carlisle. Yeah. Okay. 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 Oops. 5. Okay. 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 Sorry. Okay. 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 Uh, ugh, I'm dying. Oh god. My eyes super watery for some reason. Excuse me. I'm dying. One second. Okay. My friend, I'm literally dying. I'm literally going to die. You guys aren't going to be able to hear Ellen, but I am going to be talking to him, I think. Oh god, I'm literally dying. Probably the thing is just gonna keep going for like a couple minutes though. Sure. Oh god. I'm literally going to perish. What the hell is happening? Why did it make that noise? I'm gonna die. Hello? I'm just sitting. I'm making a drawing for a friend. And he just told me to listen to a song and draw literally whatever I wanted. But it's like for a lo-fi song cover, so I drew something he could have never expected. As I'm known to do. What? What? A little bit. Yeah. What are you doing? You know, you can just like, here's the thought. You could like, by the way, I am streaming. So the chat can't hear you, but I can. They don't need to hear you though. This is a special treat for me. Uh, what am I thinking? I'm having a thought. I'm thinking if you just like, it would be fine for you to like talk to me in front of your parents, you said, right? Did you say it would be fine? Would they get mad? You can just try to do it. You don't have to be like eternally scared of it. You can just try it. Making dirty jokes? Do you have headphones? Well, then you can just put them on. I assume you have your own room if you live in a house with only like your little sister or whatever and your parents. Do your other siblings still live with your parents? That's what I figured. Yeah, they're like, you have one more year, child. And that means you have to move out? Damn. Wow. You're out of control. Mine's going pretty good. I'm just drawing, as I'm known to do from time to time. Every once in a while, I do a little bit of drawing as a treat. Ooh. How was work today? That's good. I didn't hear you. What? Oh. What? Okay. Like how that looks. You know the pigeon lady from Mary Poppins? What? Ellen, what did you say? Okay. I like this. This'll do. Maybe... I think I'll change where these are. Wait, wrong one. Wait, that's the right one. What am I doing? I'm insane. I'm out of control. I named it two incorrect things, like some kind of madman. Are there any other... yeah. Not what I wanted. Give it to me. Give it to me. Okay. We do that. We do that. There we go. Okay. I think that'll do. Okay, how long was the stream? About 4 hours long. That'll do. Alright, thank you for joining me today, everyone. I hope you have a good day. Bye-bye. Whee!